Hello everyone. So if you have seen my updates that I posted in the beginning of September, you would know this line work. So today we are doing both the focus. Well, not today. This will be stretched out in a few parts, but we will be doing both the focus and in-depth tutorial on this specific reference. I just couldn't help myself. I thought it would be good for both tiers. I was initially going to do only the bridle and then this bit piece for the focus tutorial, and then I decided, well, I got about halfway with the line work, and then I decided, well, I can't just let this piece go to waste or just forget about it, that I want to revisit it in the future. Then I'm going to do both the in-depth and the focus tutorial on this reference. This will most likely 99.99% be the method that I will be using to film my tutorials. So it's just more of that we kind of cover all our bases, and I don't forget that there's certain references that will be wanted to be seen as in-depth tutorials, and also parts in the in-depth tutorial that I would think would make good focus tutorials. So I will be combining the two. So for instance, this will most likely stretch over two parts, the in-depth tutorial. So you will see, if you are in the in-depth tier, you obviously can see the focus tutorials. You will already see what's your next in-depth tutorial and what it will encompass. So even if this stretches over more than one part, which means more than 1 month, you will know what's waiting for you once this is all done. Now that we've got all the admin out of the way, let's get down to our materials. So, Cretacolor Graphite pencils. I got myself some new ones, and then I still have a few of these Koh-I-Noor hardmouth graphite pencils as well lying around. And then our one lonesome, where is it? Rembrandt Lyra graphite pencil. I prefer the Koh-I-Noor or the Cretacolor graphite pencils. This one did its purpose, but I like the depth more, especially this is a 2B. It doesn't quite give me the depth that I can get with both the Cretacolor and the Koh-I-Noor. And then for erasers, got my trusty Tombow Mono Eraser, and then I've lost my one softer putty eraser, so I've got this hard one, but if you've been around for a while, you know that I rarely pick up my putty eraser. It's more for softer feeling erasing. I do every now and then pick it up, but you are more than welcome. This also helps a lot for erasing. You are more than welcome to use it, as well as any normal eraser that you have. You can cut it up into pieces for more precise erasing, like when I use the Tombow Mono Eraser, but the Mono Eraser is not that expensive. It's quite cheap. So if you can get your hands on it, I highly recommend it. You've got the round points, which is the one I have. Mine is, I think this is a 2.3, it's not 2.3 millimeters, yeah. So it's quite small, but you do also get bigger round ones, and then also ones that are rectangular. But I prefer the round ones because I can make a nice point, and my local art shops doesn't sell the rectangular refills, which baffles me, but anyway. And then also we've got our handy dandy graphite powder. Don't know what I'll do without it. This big tub graphite powder Cretacolor has been lasting me for a few years now. I've only actually in recent, like the last 2 years, really been using it to its full extent, and I will be applying it with a soft bristle brush. This is just an old makeup brush that I no longer used for makeup and decided I wanted to use for art. If you can find in any art shop or any cheap makeup brush with a soft bristle, very useful. And then obviously my blending stumps, I generally use the larger size. Lost this one for a moment. You can use any size. All mine are dirty. I like them dirty, depending on the side. This side I usually use more to apply the powder, and this side is more for like more blending the pencil rather than actually adding powder. Okay, that's enough talking for now. So let's get started. I will be starting with the bridle first for the focus tutorial. I normally don't do that. I normally start in the eye and kind of radiate outwards. So this will also change our approach for when we continue on with the in-depth tutorial for the face and the rest of the body, and then the little bits of the mane. So yeah, that is the plan, and we'll see how it goes. The bridle shouldn't take too long. Tack is one of my most favorite parts to draw, so let's get stuck into it. So for tack, I generally start with a B range pencil. I had an HB around here somewhere. There we go. So I'm going to take my HB pencil for the tack. I generally don't start with the edges because it is already dark and cut. Needs a good strong base. So I'll be starting from the top, working my way down. I will be leaving the sparkle brow band for last because, well, yeah, it's probably the most detail oriented part of the tack work. You might probably not agree with me, since I've run polls on my Instagram and I've seen quite a lot of people say that the tack is probably their least favorite part. For me, it's one of my favorite parts. So I quite enjoy the tack. I get all giddy and excited when I see a reference with a lot of tack and intricate tack. I do quite enjoy the process of the shine and the contrast and everything that goes along with it. So hopefully I will be able to at least kind of change your mind to see that tack is not as horrible and it's not the worst part of a portrait. If you are one of those artists that find it to be a mountain to climb, hopefully after this tutorial you'll see it's not that bad, or more manageable, or tolerable, as they say. So I'm just taking my HB, kind of already starting to map out, very slight pressure, map out everything. The stitching, kind of trying to avoid the stitching, working my way around it. And as you can see, sketchy motions and also kind of blending in from there. As I go around the bridle, I will first tidy up my lines. If you've seen a few of my tutorials, you would know that I don't put on very tidy lines. As you can see, they're quite wobbly, and obviously you got the line work. And then as I go around the portrait or the drawing, I tidy up my lines before I start filling it in. I do trace my line work because I'm a very impatient person. I do, for very, very large drawings, I do grid out and draw it out myself, but these are small enough for me to trace. And even from the tracing, I still will later, before I go in to shade an area, I will still tidy up my lines. Just good practice, and also just to study what's going on in your drawing. So I'm going to take the blending stump. You can use whatever side you like. I'm going to use my dirty side just to add more depth and blend it out easier. You will find that the more powder has been on your stump, the easier certain pencils will blend out. And will also give a bit of darkness and also eliminate some of the graphite powder shine. Not always to a lot of extent, but it will give some relief, because I know graphite powder can be some of the hardest to photograph and work with, especially if you've got a very dodgy light source. So I'm still just using my HB pencil. And I like the HB pencil as a beginner for these types of dark work, as it can go into quite a point and it keeps it point for longer. If you've been working with graphite for a while, you would know that the B range is, the higher the number goes, the softer the lead gets, and therefore it doesn't stay sharp quite long. I find the B range to be a lot easier to work with than the H range. You have to be careful with the H range that you don't indent your paper too much. I'm just erasing here because I lost a bit of my stitching. Maybe it should bring it in more. Yeah, there we go. So that's also something to be wary of, to always put light pressure on your edge pencils, as they can damage your paper if that's not your intent. But obviously if you're going straight with your 8B pencil, you'll struggle to get the paper white again with full pressure. So it's all soft hands, soft touch, and you'll be able to make it more manageable for yourself. So like I said in the beginning, I normally leave the tack kind of until I have at least a half a face already filled in, because it's easier to judge my values then. But we will be doing things a bit differently. So for my in-depth people, subscribers, we will be tackling that together. But I will be detailing out the bridle completely and using it as reference for the rest of the drawing. And since it's leather, I can go quite dark with it. And the light source is quite from the front, so we would like that contrast to run through. Just adding a bit more pressure to make it darker here. I'm keeping the stitching area white so long so that I can later go in with an H pencil and kind of detail it out. Just adding a bit of wear and tear to the bridle here. And then I'll go in later with a mono eraser and kind of add in more highlights. I'm gonna go in the stitching here. So it looks kind of flat because we've only used one pencil really, and that's why I don't recommend using one pencil, one or two pencils or three pencils. Especially for graphite work, because you want that depth. So if you do use a limited amount of pencils, you need at least something on all spectrums, something at the end, something in the middle, yeah, just to make your life easier. I'm going to go straight in. Let's erase a bit first. So I'm going to go, this is our most highlighted area of this part of the bridle, the pole piece. There we go. And then I'll go in later obviously with the edge. Clean it up. Let me just see what's in here. You can see. Oh. See what this one. Oh, there we go. Now I'm gonna take my 4B. I did check that it's 4B. In my pencil extender. Very, very useful. So as you can see immediately that 4B is much darker than the HB. And it just adds depth that the HB did not have, but did give the 4B a good foundation to work off of. Just gonna take my HB again and just lay down that foundation in, go around the stitching, there we go. Go right at the bottom of that white line. There we go. Let's clean up this white part as well. So the trick is with leather is just to get the contrast just right, to get off that shiny feel. There you can't go anything but bold with leather, metal as well. You need to have that really striking contrast to show off the material. To H pencil, go around the edges, And I'm just going to kind of make lines for the stitching. Also going to blend in this area. Like I've always said, the larger your piece, the more detailed everything will be. So you need to decide how detailed you'd make something depending on what your focus is of your drawing. But this is back to my 4B. And obviously how much detail is in the portrait you intend on putting in. Obviously for this size, the bridal work, it's more getting the contrast right in the leather and the metal than it is necessarily to get the detail work spot on. Back to my 2H. Just going to go kind of in circular motions. There we go. It's always all about the feel. If the feel of your drawing is correct, then you've done your job. If you can stand back and recognize every part of the drawing as they are, then you have done your part. If something is unrecognizable and you can see clearly in the reference that it is recognizable, then you should either detail it out more or change up some things around it. But clearly kind of let it muddled. So I'm just taking the 4B kind of little stripey motions, and then just go in. There we go. To edge. Let's fill in that gap. Just going to quickly refill my mono eraser. So just stand by. So the refills come in these little tubes. I think there's 2 in here that you get to refill. There we go, all refilled. Got a new little point to work on quickly, so I'm going to take advantage of it and just add in more like just spot erasing, not taking out a lot. There we go. Kind of feathering it in. This is my B pencil. And I'm just darkening up in the middle here, leaving it quite open there. Back in. Oh, that was my 4B pencil. Sorry, that was my 4B pencil. This is my B pencil. So I'm going to go back and use a 4B. If you took your B pencil, it should be fine, because I didn't quite go in with a lot of pressure. So I'm just going to put in a dark line right by our stitching and kind of feather it in. Do the same on this side, on the right side of the stitching. I'm going to take my HB pencil, give it a sharpen. Just going to go around the bottom of this line, define it, because this is a separate kind of piece. The lighting and the reference doesn't really do that difference justice. I've seen these white padded bridles before, and they kind of make this little indent there. So that's also kind of knowing the subject. It does help if you study it a bit, especially when it comes to the tack, and it will make it a bit easier to just understand all the workings of it. So that I'm going to kind of leave white, because it's, just take my HB, really define that, there we go. And then he's here as well. Already quite happy with that. Just going to quickly take blending stump, just blend all that in. Take my 4B. You also want to remember that if it's not a very old or used bridle, that the leather will be quite smooth looking, and that you want to convey that whenever you get the chance. Sorry about that, I was just playing around with my lighting of my lights. Still with your HB, just defining that there. I will be leaving the white to last. Going to figure it out as I go along. So still with my HB will kind of be my base layer pencil, so you can always have it handy and near. I'm just gonna work this bridle, so I've only drew in the circles on this bridle. And I didn't quite connect everything, but like I said, I will be leaving the diamante brow band for last. Just want to neaten up there. We go. And you will see there's a little piece that I didn't include, and you'll just connect the dots. There we go. So I'll do you the same on the bottom. So here you can see more the underside of the brow band. I will most likely do this type of thing for focus and in-depth tutorials where I don't complete certain line works, and just do kind of the major parts of it. and then I'll show you how I finish the line work and kind of give also a lesson in the line work itself. I'm not big on drawing things for myself. Like I've said, I do trace majority of my portraits, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. That's why I'm telling everyone. It's just, I like to get it out of the way. I like to get my proportions just right, and this is the easiest way to get it absolutely perfect. So that I know that once I start shading in, that I know the lines and the proportions are right, and then I just have to make the picture come to life. That's why I prefer tracing, and also probably one of the reasons everyone gets their line drawings posted for them on Patreon is because we all want to get to the good stuff. So I'm just quickly completing this part of the bridle with the throat lash. Then I'll be going in and completing it once that's done. So I made an entire circle for the holes, but there is a shadow around here at the top, so we will be taking care of that as well. So I will be starting at the bottom, working my way up from the darkest to the lightest. So just taking my HB, just continually mapping everything out. So I'll clean up the outside lines, and then once I start shading in, I'll map out the inner workings as I go along. And that's also a good way to kind of learn how to look at your reference and to draw what you see. Can't give you everything. I give you the basic bones, and then we figure everything out together for the duration of the tutorial. Just be mindful of leather. It's not always that it goes dark, light, dark. If you see the reference for this little piece, it's dark, a little bit of highlight, dark again, and then it's actually lighter. Leather doesn't always work the way you think it will work. So it just depends on the way the leather is falling, the way the light catches the leather. It can be quite deceiving, so just be mindful of that as well. It's my 4B pencil. Just gonna do the underside, that and this as well. It's quite smooth leather. You'll see at the top here it gets a bit more weathered from use. And once we get to the cavesson or noseband, it gets quite polished. We will be working on weathered leather. Say that fast 3 times. Weathered leather at some point, but I think it's good to start with the most pristine version of it and then work our way from there, so that you just get the basics down, and then we work on the more weathered, worn out look with all the wrinkles and so forth and so forth. I do have quite a few references of old, especially like old carriage horse tack that's weathered and old looking and it's got some good character. That will work great for that type of reference. But I'm working my way through the animal kingdom. Done 2 in-depth tutorial horses now, but that's just because I can't help myself as an equine artist. But your next in-depth tutorial, I was going to do there's quite a nice snarling lion, but I think the focus tutorial would be good for the mouth and the teeth, the different textures and the glosses and the tongue texture and everything. So that will be quite a difficult in-depth tutorial with the mane. But I will do it on a smaller scale and not quite a large one, that it's more easier to digest, because tackling a lion and its mane is quite daunting. But I think that piece will be nice. Maybe before I tackle that, I will do maybe something similar. Maybe do a long hair tutorial first. Tackle that first and then move on to the lion. But we will see. I've got plenty of references that will work great as tutorials. I just need to decide what to put first before I do one, just so that it kind of builds up on one another. Like for instance, you've done an in-depth tutorial horse, you've done a horse eye. The tack on the in-depth tutorial horse wasn't as large, wasn't as detailed out. You've done the horse eye, you have now kind of encompassed everything about the horse, and now we're just putting it all together. Nice bright eye, we've got some sparkly diamante and very good contours of the face. You've also done your short hair tutorials with the Rottweiler and the Vizsla, so it kind of all builds up to something. And obviously the ear veil tutorial with also some tack in between. Kind of when it comes to, like for instance, the main line, I would like to first cover all my bases with hair and fur before I maybe tackle something like that. Maybe first do a short-haired cat, move on to cat that has stripes or spots, can be domestic or wild, and then move on to the big beast with the mane, because that will be quite an intensive tutorial. I might start one now that will run over a few months, that I think will work for an in-depth tutorial standalone, with no focus tutorial added onto it. This is just my 2H pencil. Sorry, I'm blabbering on. And make that kind of a very large in-depth tutorial that will span over, but I want that will be kind of an end to maybe a few pieces of in-depth tutorials and focus tutorials on long hair, short hair, different colored hair, because a line in its mane is quite a daunting task. Maybe do a horse or two with similar manes that is quite long and flowing like your Frisians or your Andalusians. That it kind of all just melts together to a big penultimate piece. And then once we're comfortable with that, we can maybe look into adding backgrounds. So it's all lots and lots of tutorials and more, maybe take a route to more artistic pieces. But that's all in the pipeline. Now we're just focusing on the basics, so to speak. So I'm going to take my HB pencil, start from the bottom again, and then just work our way up. We'll be going in with a darker pencil obviously a bit later to get everything in, because this is the underside, doesn't catch much light, so we will need to keep that in mind so that once I go in here I don't need to do much adjusting to the bridle itself. That will of course happen, but for the focus tutorial purposes I will complete it 99.99%, that you have your basics. The adjusting will just come to fit it to the actual in-depth tutorial face and everything. So it will nothing structurally or too much. It will probably just be more adjustment of your darkest values and adjustments of your lightest values, but not of details and so forth, because obviously I need to incorporate the shadows of the tack and everything. So for these lighter areas I will go in with an H pencil first, because it is much lighter than the surrounding leather. Just the way it is angled towards the light and the way it looks, just be easier to get that lighter base down. As you can see, I'm leaving the rims of these little latches loose, or rings or whatever. I'm not quite sure what they're called, or loopies or whatever. I'm leaving them white because they tend to be where the highlight falls, because it's kind of a ridge and square. So it does normally catch the light, and you will see that normally the light will hit on the corner of this loop right there. So yeah, actually if you do a lot of tack, you'll learn these little tricks, and you don't always need to look at the reference to see which way the light will be falling and where that light source will do to the form of the tack. So normally with tack I get quite, that's why I like doing it, because I can kind of go off of memory. Especially if I've already done the face, I've kind of gotten into where my light source falls, and then I kind of just go on autopilot, to be honest with you, because it's a very I don't want to say predictable, but it is a predictable material source. If you know light sources and the way it falls and the way it works, it's quite easy to figure out what's going on with leather tack. Taking my 4B, starting my way from the bottom, like always. Is this really my 4B? No. This is my 4B. Taking my real 4B. We're just continuing on. So there's this little highlight, so I'm going a bit soft over there, but still blending over it with a pencil. A lot softer pressure is just to incorporate it into the whole piece so that it's not disjointed. You can do that with metal because the metal has this really, some of them has this really harsh lines, but not necessarily with tack. Leather still needs to look a bit more blended. Taking an edge pencil, just going on the sides there. Now I'm going to take a 6B, give it a nice sharp point, and we're just going to add a little bit of details to this part of the tack. There we go. You can see the difference even between the 6B and the 4B, so these pencils are quite useful in your arsenal. I'm going to take my mono eraser, just lightly give it that little, don't worry, it won't be that shiny just yet. And this is the importance of highlights and contours and darks and lights next to each other, because it really defines what you're looking for. It really, just taking a blending stump very lightly over those highlighted areas, just blend over. Taking my edge pencil, if you've maybe gone a bit too light right at the edges, just gonna define there as well. There we go. And it's a very slight, subtle highlight. It will make a difference in the overall picture, and it will add a level of realism to your piece. 6B again. That's what I mean by really hitting in those highlights and shadows, because that is what's going to set your piece apart from just being kind of realism to being realism to being oh shit, that really, that looks a lot like leather. It's almost like I can touch it. If it feels like you can touch it and feel it and rub your hands over it and you can imagine, oh, this is what it's, if you can convey that message to the viewer, then you have done your job. With some people it's a lot easier than others. Majority of people will just say anything's amazing really if they can't do it. But if you can convey that even to yourself or to other artists, you've kind of done your job. In the realism department, you've achieved. Obviously, you will know whether you want to go for more, or you will know maybe an area that you want to focus on, maybe give more attention, where you struggled a bit, or where you felt you kind of didn't really give it your all, then that's completely fine. Because you want to evoke an emotion, and the kind of feeling emotion, the imagination that you can feel something that's not really there. That's what I kind of always go for. So I'm just switching between my 6B and my H pencil. Going in with something a bit lighter. I'm going to take an HB. I've just used it to just start detailing out some of these little loops. And we'll be going in with, I still need to use a mono eraser on these little things. So with leather, I tend to lean back a lot and look at the overall picture. I kind of do that a lot with most of my drawings anyway, but especially with these kinds of, where you kind of want to convey a feeling and you want it to look natural, kind of lean back a lot. I'm going to take, let's use this one. No. What do you know? Yes. We go. Gonna take a 7H. If you don't have a 7H, your lowest H pencil that you have. So it will do the job, but just keep a light touch. So I have sharpened it up quite a bit. So I'm just gonna add pencil all around here. Reason for that is once I start erasing, there will be a little semblance of pencil underneath it, and give it something underneath too, that it doesn't completely go white. Just taking a small blending stump. This one has seen better days, but just keeping it close, just to keep it righty. I'm just gonna take my mono eraser, So I'm just cleaning the edges, and I am going to, it's going to be a little bit daunting. Clean up these little loop ridges. I'm going to use my B pencil instead of my H range pencil. There we go. And we are going to clean up the shape. So obviously, as I go around, you kind of lose a bit of the shape. Remember, it goes a bit around to its widest and then it tapers in to the back. You want to convey that it's going around something. I'm going to put that little shadow there as well. A bit of pencil that leaked in here. It's okay if you take off a little bit more than you want to. It's a lot easier to add back the pencil. Also on this side, going to square it up a little bit more by just adding that little corner there. And the highlight of this runs into this corner and down there, so I'm just adjusting that as well. So you're constantly being aware of where your shadows will have to hit to convey the message, and the highlights as well to get the correct shape. So this one's highlight ridge is a lot thinner than the top one. Also got a bit of a darker back there, and then it highlights right here at the bottom. It highlights right here at the bottom as well. Let's just quickly put in there. I'm gonna clean it up now, don't you worry. Put in. So because I kept that more whites and went in on the 7H, it will erase a lot easier than if I went in with a B pencil directly. Just adding the bottom, so you will see it's very slight. It's dark, light, and then dark again. So we will just kind of put it in there, and then it just darks. It's dark little ridge, and then softly fades out to the back. And we're just gonna adjust our bottom, and then also add in a bit of depth there. There we go. So you'll see, so for this one, it's line, and then around this corner, it's very difficult to put it in now, but I'm going to put it in. There is a highlight. There you go. So don't be afraid to take things out and put these things back in. And then it swoops around. Because those little details, you won't be able to see it from far away, but from far away, it will give a different form and shape if it was for instance, if it wasn't there. So I'd rather put it in. It's those kinds of details that I find more important, because it really defines your shape and maybe add something a bit different. Okay, so I'm going to go in with something a bit darker now. Where's that 6B I just used? So I keep losing those pencils. There we go. So I'm going to take the 6B again. I'm going to darken up that top line. And I'm going to darken up this bottom right here. So I'm going to take my 7H, it's got a nice fine point, and just extend that. There we go. And take my 6B again, just darken up that bottom. We're going to do the same down here. Darken up that ridge. Darken up this bottom. Slightly bring it in, leaving that top part open, and then there we go. B pencil. Quickly just take my mono eraser. It's these little slight little highlights that can really make a difference in your drawing. B pencil. And they don't have to be super noticeable. They're merely there as kind of support to the overall look and feel. And this is my B pencil, by the way, and feel of your drawing. Seven H, just fill in that highlight there, or the ridge. And take your 6B and just define that line. Afterwards, we will be going in with a darker pencil. The darkest pencil that I have is a 9B. You can use whatever darkest pencil you have. If your darkest pencil is maybe, for instance, the 6B, you can just sharpen that up again and really use a bit more pressure than we just used now. And yeah, back to 6B. And it will make a bit of a difference. Won't make a lot of difference, but it will do something. But 9B is my highest, so I know if I use the 6B, I have something a lot darker that will really be able to put in those last really dark highlights. Not highlights, shadows. I'm gonna take a 2H pencil now, give it a bit of a sharpen. So you'll see this is taking a lot longer than this because of the loops and the small little details and highlights. I'm just kind of cross-hatching just to not make it look that white. The bottom I will darken up just a little bit as well. There we go. So this is my 2H. B pencil. Really using a bit more pressure down there. Right at the edge, across the loop. Bring that in. There we go. Now the metal, we are first going to do this. Let me just quickly get in. It's not very detailed. Let me just put in that bottom ridge for more clarity. You're more than welcome to do that in any of your drawings. Just add maybe a slightly darker just to define an edge if it's maybe not as defined in your reference. Taking my 2H. So now you'll be able to see what I mean. Metal has really harsh lines that separate your shadows from your highlights. And you need to respect that, and if the reference looked like that, that's how your drawing is going to look. That's the way you're going to do it, that's the way you're going to approach it, because that's the only way you're going to get that metal feel and that metal look, is if you do it as in the reference. So I'm just going to take my B pencil, just add in that darkness there on the little metal strap. Oh, metal little thing. There we go. Just back with my 2H. And this top highlight will really define that little edge. It's very small, it's very slight, but from where I'm sitting, I'm about on more than arm's length sitting back now, and I can still see that little point. It's very slight. I will in the end go in with the jelly roll and make it even more white, even more highlighted, but that's not necessary just now, so I'm not going to faff too much around with that. And then just around here, it's more of a highlight little part. Let me just clean up this mono eraser. Now I lost that super nice clean sharp edge. Now I just gotta go and erase it till I get one. I should actually get one of those, you know, those sharpening rough sandpaper like boards you can buy to sharpen up your pastels. I should get one of those for this eraser, but any rough edge would work. So you will see there's a little metal notch, and then around it it's almost like a highlight or a halo. So I'm just gonna put that in, and then it kind of goes down like that. And then obviously this highlights right here, highlights it even more. So I'm going to take my 2H, I'm going to use that to work around that highlight. Just going to lighten up everything ever so slightly. You could use a putty eraser for that as well, but just be careful to kind of just more press it and not rub, because the putty eraser can actually erase a lot of pencil. So I'm just giving a darker edge right there, just to define it even more and even darken up this bottom little ridge. There we go. Taking my 2H, just going to go around. Already done this with an HB pencil, but I'm just going to do it for formality, kind of like a ritual that I do before I start an area. Just go around my edges. And you will see I'm not using a lot of graphite powder actually for this. Mainly maybe for this cavesson. But yeah. So here's more differences in tones and in highlights and in placements, certain things. So I'm kind of being mindful of that. As you can see, I'm just drawing lines over there where I haven't really shaded in. Go. Not going to take my dirtiest side, I'm going to take a different side. And I'm just going to go over like that. I'm going to take my HB. So before I went in, I did darken up some of the areas there where the holes are. So I'm just going to go in with my HB and do that. And then I'm going to take my mono eraser and erase the highlight just underneath or adjacent to it. These ones are underneath and these ones are kind of yeah. Just going to take my mono eraser. Give it a little bit of a point in your rough surface. And erase. Obviously with the jelly roll afterwards. Oh, I didn't mention that. I'll probably be using that, but if you've been following a few of my tutorials, it does make an appearance in the end. So I'm just taking it out. Not looking like much yet, but there. I'm going to take my HB pencil. Start at the top. That's obviously a shadow. Put it in there. Going to go around the highlights, the bottom. It's kind of one right at the top as well. Start blending it in. This is the darkest area of this little piece of the throat lash, upper part of the throat lash. Okay. So just don't lose track of where you are between your little holes. Just for the shapes of everything around it. Alright. So I'm still busy with my HB, and we're start putting in a bit more shape into the leather. Also still working on a bit of shading in and around all our highlights. I will just now I'm going to refine the highlights around the holes themselves. Just looking to just get a bit more in. There we go. So I'm taking the sharper edge of the HB, and it's almost a half moon shape, but I'm bringing this side a bit down just slightly more for these 3 holes, and then for these it's more straight on a circle. Not really a circle, but close enough. And I'm going to refine a bit the shape around the highlights. And these small little details and attention to them that really makes the difference in the way the viewer of the drawing will perceive your artwork, and they will naturally, then their mind will form the light source and see all the shapes and stuff. It's your job as the artist to put all the bits and bobs in the right place. I'm gonna take my 2H pencil, and this is more or less uniform in shading. Here and there will be some difference. Just put that in there. Just so long. And I'm going to take my 4B pencil, just give it a quick sharpen. Just going to slightly start deepening up areas. Obviously this darkness will only come in, but I'm going to slightly put it in there just for your sake, from the shadow that will be on that side. And I'm using extremely light pressure. I really don't want to put in too much depth, as this is a lighter part of the throat lash. Go in a bit with the mono eraser just now for more of the highlights. For instance, here there's, between these, there's two little highlight lines for the brow band, little, not brow band, the leather details. Quickly do that. So there's the one on this side that I've already got in, but there's one, just get the right, kind of extends from that highlight of the hole, and then there's one that runs down here, but I still need to tease it out, so I'm going to quickly take my HB pencil, just put that in there. Also just as well. Take the tiniest blending stump that you have, or you can just use the very tip of the big one, like so. 6B. And I'm just ever so lightly just gonna put in a bit of depth there, ever so slightly on this side as well. There's a slight little like dome shape. It's not really a highlight, it's more just the shape in the leather. So I'm going to put that in there. It's not entirely visible to you with the camera, but we are working. That's just what I did. Just went a bit around that little shape there. Right down, extend it. Changing a bit the direction that we're going. Using a little bit of the texture of the pencil. Normally with leather, I don't let that happen. Try to keep it smooth, but you can do that as well. So I'm gonna move .5H pencil, and we're just gonna establish this even more. There we go. HB pencil. Just going to slightly make these highlights not white, more blended in. And in the end, we'll just reinforce a very small part of it with a jelly roll. I'm just going to, there we go. Just like that. Now I'm going to stay with my HB pencil because these leathers are almost the same as these leathers. This one have a little bit of a different approach, and now we're going on to the darker. These aren't as weathered as this side, so we will, most of it's about the same shade of black, but that can be deceiving. So we'll do what we normally do, is map out first, reinforce our lines. Just put in our little punch holes. There we go. Didn't finish that metal, but good practice. Sometimes when I draw, I will maybe fill in a little spot with pencil. You can do that as well. Just slightly start reinforcing some shadows with my HB pencil slung. So this bottom is straight, the top is straight as well. It's just the highlights in the middle that makes it look a bit more bended. Very light touch, almost like you re-sketching it out. Same here, straight across, a little bit over, there we go. So this will just straighten up our lines, get us familiar with what's going on in the reference as well. This one goes out a bit more, so I'll just reinforce that with the pencil itself, as well as with the loop extending further than the triangle as well. So I'll be doing this for both straps because I will be working on both straps, and then once we get to the metal we'll kind of handle this all together as well. Going on here. You can already see the shape is starting to become more refined. And we're really establishing the shape of it even more. Kind of grounding it in a sense. Connecting lines that were maybe not connected. So we're going back to the top. Just connecting. So here I didn't put in the strap, so it touches here. So I'm just going to connect those. There we go. It's almost like connect the dots. Like, what didn't you put in? What lines did you miss? I only notice these things once I start drawing. So I was like, how did you miss that? But you do miss that. It happens quite easily. This is also a straight one. I just can't draw a straight line to save my life. And these straps always tend to curve ever so slightly. So just bear that in mind, that it shouldn't be a dead straight. Certain areas will be straighter than others, but then there you get a slight curve. It has to curve down. You can't just draw all straight lines. Like for instance this, it looks straight, but it will be a slight little slope. So that's why I like putting in these little adjustments before I get started. There we go. Right. Let's get it going. Let me just continue that just so. Keeping in mind the little highlights around loops. Don't want to forget about them. Yeah, I just forgot about one. You can use a smaller blending stump for those areas if you'd like. Still with my HB pencil, using it to kind of build up our values. There's quite a defined sharp edge line there, but now I'm going to use my 2H pencil to kind of blend out that edge line into this little area. Just for now. And you kind of have to start changing your approach. Keep the same principle in mind, but try different things with the straps depending on what the strap does. I mean, not all of these leather straps will be the same. This is my B pencil. Elongated little half moon shapes. Same as these, we kind of bring in this side a bit lower than the left side. Once everything is filled in, we'll just go over it again and give it a once over. Obviously, Lowe's doing the in-depth tool will look minuscule numbers different than that of the focus tutorial. Obviously, like I explained, because of these values will kind of change the picture a little bit. Take my 5H, just blend that pencil in ever so slightly. There we go. 2H. Going over this as well. As you can see, I don't do raise much. This is mainly due to slowly building up to where I want. There's different approach, obviously, that you can use. Just gonna take my mono eraser, put in that little line there, and just slightly take away that. I'm going to take my 2H instead for a bit more preciseness. There we go. Give it a nice sharp point. So you can see I'm not drawing a line, I'm sketching a line. I can be quite precise with that. I quite enjoy that method more. It's not an architectural or a line drawing or something where you've got to be more precise. This is a drawing after all. I still like to treat it like one. take my 6B pencil, kind of draw little, like top little half moons. Then just continue down. So drag that little line down, take 5H and just go over that highlighted line. Just blend it in with the rest of the drawing. Now, the metal, you're going to use our 2H, the one that's nice and sharp. So there is a bit of a reflection right here, so I will leave that white. The darkness extends. This highlighted line part of the metal is not as wide as that. There it goes down. There's a little highlight right in there. It's going to be a little bit difficult to get it in, but I will see what I can do with my mono eraser just now, because that will just open up that side a bit more. So I'm going to quickly take my HB. I'm just going to darken up this outside edge of the bottom of the metal, and also put in that little corner there. I'm going to take my HB and give it a nice sharp point. I'm going to deepen up this outside edge ever so slightly, as well as this top round and down there. Then just put an outside line. Deepen this up even more. There you go. Continue using the HB. Put a little highlight right under there for the punch holes, similar to these. It can be very difficult to separate your parts with the leather. It's quite easy to sometimes have it be tonally flat, and to still keep everything interesting and look different. I know that can be quite difficult. I know I sometimes, even I, struggle with that, especially when the leather becomes a very small part of the drawing, and then you kind of struggle a bit to just differentiate between all the parts, and that's very important. You want every part of the bridle to look different, and the smaller you go, the harder it gets. That will also be something that I will be covering, especially for my in-depth tutorial people. That will be, I will make a complete focus and in-depth combined tutorial of one A4 drawing. Start with something simple, like just a body, and then move on to a head with bridle and such. I feel more confident just more drawing horses small, and then once we've kind of got that out of the way, we can start drawing other things small. That will most likely be almost like a second tutorial, focus tutorial that will also be available for the in-depth, obviously. But I think the A4-5 drawings, the small drawings, are important to everyone. So they will most likely be full body like I normally do drawings for everyone. But that's also on my to-do list. I bang them out quite quick depending on their subject matter. Probably start with something simple like a bay, and then work our way up to doing a similar style portrait like this in a smaller version. This is just a 2H pencil. So yeah, drawing small takes a little bit of skill. It's why you see your realism artists not using small things to convey it, although there are people that do it very well, made quite a name for themselves drawing tiny. Just not one of those people. I don't offer them as commission either, because they're just too small, but I enjoy drawing them for myself. It's kind of almost like a palette cleanser for the detail work that goes on. So taking my HB pencil, just gonna quickly lighten up this little strap here ever so slightly, because it's not that dark. There we go. I'm gonna revisit that. Don't worry. Leaving that highlight white. It's quite a bright highlight. Just gonna darken this up ever so slightly, very light pressure with my HB. Just put in that little contour line as well. There we go. Just gonna quickly take over everything. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, just for me. Don't ask me why I did that. I just think, just either out of habit or soften everything up. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that as well. Just take very lightly over everything. B pencil. This shadow doesn't extend as dark all the way back. I just lightly contour out that bottom. Bit darker there. There we go, lighter. And it's darker again up there. So this is all just a balancing act really of your highlights and shadows. It really makes you have to pay attention. You can't just go in all willy-nilly. Make everything one solid color and then expect it to work. Take my mono eraser just to fill that little area too much. Just ever so slightly darken up this. Give that a bit more life. And obviously the shine will also come off the bridle just the same as it does on the metal. That's also something to be mindful of. Continuing with my B pencil. Not as dark as it will go just yet. Okay, so I'm gonna take my HB and I do apologize if you hear some humming in the background. My dry buddy that's drying my clothes is on because it's a bit of a rainy day, so I do apologize for that if it's picking up. But I'm gonna take my HB pencil and we're just gonna continue on filling out this strap right here. So it is slightly, very slightly lighter on this side, but we're still gonna fill it in, and then we go a bit darker as we move along. So very light pressure, just putting in a bit more of a shadow ridge there, as well as just gonna put one at the top there by the metal. So you're not gonna be able to see or make a noticeable movement with your pencils, but it's a very slight little addition that you are making. So we do have some tonal and value differences within all of these straps and pieces, that they're all different from each other and discernible, but still kind of following the same pattern of shading and everything. So just gonna on this side, it's very dark in here, but that I will add once we get to the actual face, as that's not actually leather darkness there, it's the face of the horse, or the cheek I should say. So I'm not gonna bother too much with that since we're just focusing on the tack. We want to get that right first. Go. Just leaving that top little part of the loopy open, for that little highlights, bring it through. Another one, just leave a little space. We'll kind of shade a bit there. Go about 3/4 of the way. And it's more kind of just off center. And then you can just fill in on the other side. Obviously this is not the darkest we're gonna go, this is merely the base. Okay. Underneath. So the same as here, where there's kind of a line, it will be here as well, but I'm going to use a mono eraser to get that out. So I'm going to fill in the whole strap with my HB. So long, and then there's a bit of a shadow line, just put that in. And then, because it's not a very white stark highlight, I'm going to kind of now spring in that little, I don't say stitching, it's more like an indent leather characteristic of these bridles. Go. Fill in the same here. There's also this little highlight, but I'm going to ignore it now. Lay in my base of HB first. Go. Put in a bit of the shadow. Shadow comes down here into a little triangle, and then it's more here to the back on the side of the cheek strap. So now I'm going to do the same as here, where I kind of left a little bit open. So it's thicker here on this side, and then it's a bit open. It kind of makes a very short triangle, stumpy triangle, and then it swoops back. There we go. Just a very slight line there that I want you to take note of. But that will be a very subtle detail. Okay. Just going to use the HB to deepen up as well. Before I move on to this, I'll just complete this area first. So I'm going to take a 3B pencil. Now for these, I'd like you to have a very sharp point on your pencils, especially the B pencils. That will mean you will most likely sharpen them up quite a few times during the course of this drawing. But that's just the note of it. There we go. And once you go away from the shadow areas or areas that are very dark, then you're going to use a lot less pressure. So here I'm going to use a lot more pressure to really get in that dark line. Obviously this is not the darkest we can go. I will, like I explained, I'll go in with my darkest and my lightest right in the end. Very softly gonna go down, and also just on this side as well. Now I'm going to take a 2H and we are going to shade closest to this line. We're going to make a little shadow, and then here there's a little shadow. There's like a highlight right in the middle, so I'm going to very carefully kind of shade around it, and then also just make it a bit darker here at the top, and there, just define the edge. Same on this side, keep the shadow closest to the cheek. Obviously, once we go in darker at the top there, we'll define it more. You're going to bring it all the way down. Take 5H, extremely light pressure. And almost kind of like not fill in the whole thing. Just back and forth, back and forth. There we go. Take my 3B and we're gonna just continue on. So the darkest is on this side and right at the edge back here. So I'll keep it that way. And then I'm just gonna slightly fill that in. 5H pencil. Just gonna fill in, and then we'll go in with the mono eraser just now. Same here. Go slightly darker. Here as well. Take your mono eraser and give it a clean. Just get something to clean it up with. You can use any rough surface you have at hand to get your eraser to a nice point. So the most highlights is right at the top and right at the bottom, so I'll just back and forth, and then same down here, and clean up this ridge right over here for the most lightest point. One there, one right before the turn. And just, there we go. Now I'm going to take my 6B pencil. I'm going to start at the top, where I still have to go in here with my little shading with the 2H. Slash here. Okay. And this side as well. I'm just going to quickly take my 5H and kind of fill in this middle part. There we go. And you can give a nice sharp ridge down here just to kind of make it a bevel shape, or, you know, indenty shape. Hope you understand what I'm saying. Then I'm just going to take my 5H and do the same right across. There we go. And maybe a little bit more on this side. That's it. I'm going to put in our dark shadow line right underneath. Oops, there goes a point. And right down here also complete the shadow. Then I'm going to take it very lightly, just kind of extend that little bit of darkness down. Even go into the lighter parts. That's it. Slight edge. Darken this up as well. Go underneath the metal. Give that more punch. And then just, that's it. Take your 2H, do the same, closest to the right side of the face, here as well. Lightly gonna go over. Take my HB. Now I have to just pay attention here for this one's odd shading. So we're just following the same steps that we've been taking for all our little loops. Focus on the dark first, and then we go back in with our lights. So this one is first one that we get that is slightly a bit curved. So just keep that in mind with your shading. But everything should be kind of not straight like these, but kind of more slanted towards this side, or maybe even straight down, just to show the curve in the loop, because this strap is coming out and then down. So there's a little bevel that we want to show off. So it's quite dark here, so I'm gonna go in a bit darker initially for that first layers. So slight little highlight there. Just be mindful of all your little moving bits and parts and everything. Then I'm going to go slightly lighter to the top. So this metal is different than these two that we have done. It's more in the light, so, but it's not gonna have that stock. It's not the highlight in it is not white like this one. So I am gonna shade in, they're only like little white pieces right here. So I'm gonna shade in the whole metal, and then go from there. I'm just gonna take my mono eraser, put in the little highlight there, just quickly, that seems to have disappeared. There we go. I'm gonna go straight in with the 3B pencil. It's a little darker there. Put in the dark ridge, the highlights. Goes up and then it comes down again. Very softly go away from the shadows with the 3B. There's a very soft little line there, not harsh. Go. This one is not as dark of a loop as the others. We will treat it as such. Go in lightly first, and then I'm going to put in the shadow line and then shade away from that. 5H. Just going to quickly take that 3B pencil again. Kind of just mark that out. Also, if you've noticed, it's kind of like a reflection here. So I'm just gonna lightly just erase that quickly and take my 2H. I'm just gonna refine it. Take your 6B pencil, nice sharp point. You're going to go right underneath that highlight and right over the top next to it, and kind of fade it away. There we go. Take 5H and just lightly fill it in. Going on the side. Once your space gets limited, you need to kind of break it down to its bare minimums, its foundation, because a space like that you don't have much to work with anyways. 6B. Very lightly. As you can see, I'm holding my hands quite far away from the tip, and this will just ensure that I can't put as much pressure on the paper with the pencil, and that just gives me a light touch. Obviously, if you change your angle, that will also change the pressure you put on. See here, I want a closer grip because I'm going in with a bit more of a precise movement or shading. HB pencil, stain that little ridge down there and at the top. Same here, darken that up. Just gonna adjust that angle there slightly. There we go. Take your mono eraser, whatever eraser you're using. You're just gonna detail ever so slightly. still using the HB. To leave the metal kind of for last, so that I fill in everything around it. That way I can judge the values a bit better. I'm going to take the 2H now, and we're just going to kind of work on this, just getting in the bare bones shading right at the top here as well. Do a bit of shading in the loop, very lightly. There we go. I'm going to take the 5H, the way we do, just quickly with the 2H, the fine edge. Yeah, so slightly under the 5H. Slowly start shading up this metal. Shade in everything. There we go. Take my 2H, darken up certain areas that are obviously darker in. There we go. Then I'm just going to take a brush, lightly blend over the top, take my mono eraser and then just lightly erase certain little pieces. There we go. That's about as far as I'm going to take it now. Back in with your HB. I'm just slowly going to darken up. Alright, over here so long. And then we're going to start shading it out the bottom here as well. Once I'm done with this little area, I'll be going on to the loop, and then I'll be going on to the cavesson, the bit, and then the flash, the nose flash. And then we will just do the brow band and then final details right in the end once we've got everything done. So this tutorial is mainly just keeping up repetition, keeping up the same kind of strategy for across the board, and just slightly varying it depending on the way the light source is hitting it, and obviously whether the bridle leather is a bit weathered, a bit used, wood worn. Just keeping in mind little reflections, like at the top here where there was a bit of a reflection. It very rarely happens. You get them very slightly if it's a very clean bridle, then it will start doing some reflecting. Taking my 3B, just continuing on. Working around shadow a bit darker, and then we'll move from there. H. Fill in those highlights. Back in with my 3B. Shade the edge. Shade this edge even more. So 5H. 2H pencil. Taking my 6B now, right back at the top. I don't want to make this too dark, as this right underneath here is dark, black. So I will be waiting for that little shading of that still a little bit later. And then just slightly deepen up right in there. Okay, now we're going back up to the top. HB pencil, so I'm going to go in right here and really deepen up this line so long. Just to add in that little shadow line. And then just work around the little highlights. There you go. So still just using my HB and kind of working my way around, really filling in everything. You can get, well, not far, but quite far with one pencil in terms of getting base shading done and a little form and shape, and then it will be easier once you go. This is my 3B pencil. Once you go in with another pencil, you kind of have a rough map idea of what's going on. So I'm keeping a bit darkness right on the left side, and then add a bit of depth to the right on the edge. Go 2H pencil, like we've done with all the other edges. Just give it a slight contour, and then with just the 3B, darken up that side a bit more. Just going to clean up the metal. Still not pleased with that. Slice a bit more. So it does sometimes happen where you get a bit not satisfied with the shape. There we go, much better. Stain it a bit more. Also just clean up down here, 3B pencil. Just 2H. So once you go over the top of the 2H, you do, over a B pencil, you do get a bit more depth, and it just also helps blend in your pencil that you've put down. By now you've probably seen I like using pencils to blend in other pencils. It's very useful. I think it just gets everything quite smooth. Just a nice look to it. So we've only got 2 loops on this cheek strap here. And then I can put in this hole. Just going to add that. The highlights is right. This is just my 6B. Let's just quickly go in with the 6B and deepen up all of this quickly. There we go. And then there's a bit of a stress line in the leather there, where it sometimes get hooked into that little one. Then for instance, if you move this down, there will be a little stress line where the leather's been weathered and worn. HB. 2B pencil. Not a very dark little part of the strap here. Just has a little bit more shape to it. There we go. 5H pencil. Just gonna take my mono eraser and just erase a bit in there. Take your 5H. HB pencil. So I'm just following the same that we did on this side. It's basically the exact same steps. Just putting that in with my HB as well because it's a bit darker than what we've done on this side. So I'm just going to go down with my HB right to the end and then come back down and work my way back down again with another pencil. Because there's not many moving parts to the strap as is to the one next to it. And this one, not as much shading on the right side. Most of it's coming over right past the middle. Also just gonna Move this up. So just take your HB, lightly shade in everything. There we go. I'm going to take my blending stump. I'm just going to blend just the strap in. There we go. Take my HB pencil. Oh, that's not my HB pencil. Take my HB pencil again. And we're just going to go down again. Oh. Clean up. There we go. Blending stump again. The reason I'm not using the blending stump on all the other parts is because it's quite small, and I'm just going to use a different pencil to blend it out. And obviously, once I've done the whole in-depth portrait, I normally go over everything with a light wash of graphite powder anyway. And then that's kind of one of my last little blending steps. I really like doing that. Just taking a brush, even if there's not anything on it, and then just going over everything to blend. Obviously I'm not going to do it with just the bridle, because obviously you're not normally going to draw bridle by itself. You're going to normally draw it part of a portrait, and you can use that step. As you can see now, the HB pencil is not really giving me any more depth. That's just the addition of the powder that also does that, and it fills in the gaps. Now I'm going to go in with my 3B pencil right from the top. We start here in this loop, just give us even more of a blend. There we go. Start right here. I'm just lightly going to go over the highlighted parts as well. Shadow in. There we go. Just blend that in as well. And obviously the same as all the other straps, these little detail indents in the leather. Just be wary of that. Take my 5H and I'm just going to use that to blend over some of my pencil. Add a little bit depth to certain areas. .6B pencil. And we're just gonna go around and do the same as the 3B. Just gonna take the mono eraser and just go over everything a bit. Take your HB pencil and I'm just going to kind of blend with this pencil. Now we are moving on to our bottom part. Right. So I'm going to start here, go around and then but maybe do kind of the bit and this piece together. I'll still see. So right in here, haven't done much, but I did put in some little lines, so we're going to complete our little Koh-I-Noor strap here. Then it goes back down around. It's basically a little strap. That's it. And this is kind of a little end. This is a metal piece. And this is just part of that. Another little metal piece here. This will all kind of fade into darkness. Ever so slightly. And then just all the moving parts. Just getting that done quickly. Going to define the bit's outline, give it a bit more structure. Got some very nice metal details. There we go. So we've defined that even more. So I'm going to start the outside edge, move my way in. Let's just quickly move on here as well. Cabernet is probably going to take us the longest, but it shouldn't. I will be using the blending stump more in this area. Just so the nose flush is also a bit more weathered. And the chin strap kind of disappears. Into darkness. There we go. And then we'll just connect everything in. There we go. Start on the outside here. I'm going to go over everything with my HB. So that we can kind of move through it a bit quicker. I like doing that. Take one pencil quickly through all the parts. So this is a lot. So this is what I meant by waiting just ever so slightly, because this is a lot darker than this area right here. Certain things I'll be leaving open, or just really lightly putting in, so that I can still discern between what part is what. And what exactly I'm busy drawing. So also be leaving, like I did up here, the white part white for now. Then I'll just be deepening up this. So that's it, dark. There we go. So I did put in the major highlights of the nose band that covers it. You will see there's a reflection of an outdoor space in it. I will be ignoring that. I will be adding that reflection in the eye. However, I will be doing that. But in the cavesson, I'm not going to do that. I will be playing around a bit with those highlights and seeing what I can do with it. So I'm just very lightly going over everything. Even there where the stitching is. Very lightly. Just take your blending stump, and we're going to go over everything. I'm gonna go straight in with a dark pencil, so I'm gonna go with my 6B. I'm going to the darkest areas first, so that I can really get what I'm looking for. And this might seem daunting or different to what I normally explain you to do, but sometimes you need to take a different approach. But I will still be like the HB, not completely darken everything. Like for instance here I'll go more pressure, then I'll lightly blend it out. I'll ignore that part right here. So here I'm gonna go very, very, very hard pressure, so you can already see there's a difference there, and that's what I'm looking for. And then it kind of stays the same, but I'm going to be wary certain little pieces. There we go. When you come to edge of something, just slow everything down, make a line first, and then proceed. So here, I'm gonna not do the same, kind of move a bit lighter. Lining, putting in there is just the top of the stitching, and this is just the bottom. So in here it's quite dark in this first little half, so I'll be putting that in, and then you get this little highlight there. Comes around dark and then swoops around here as well, a bit darker. So it's all about paying attention. All the moving parts. So now I'm going to take my B pencil, kind of start detailing out certain areas. So I'm still just looking at the shadowed areas. Just still making sure all the shapes are correct. You will see that this leather will look different than this leather. You can clearly see the difference in this leather and this leather in the reference, and you kind of want to convey that as well. It looks almost patented leather that looks a bit different. It's a lot shinier. I suspect that's what it is. So I also want to convey that in the drawing that it's different than what's going on here. But obviously we still got, as I haven't gone in like this, very dark across here as well. So that will just kind of sneak into the rest of the drawing ever so slightly. But that will be more part of finishing details. So there's a lighter line and then a darker line, and then there's the stitching. So we are just going to be wary of that and put that in quickly. It's a tad bit lighter as we get to the front, and it kind of merges in to there as well. So I'm going over some of these areas where I put the 6B in, just to kind of blend it in as well. Put in the initial stages, darkening everything up. Still lightly going around this area. And just slightly going into that and that as well. Put a bit of darkness right in there. and slightly into the highlights as well. Start running up those shapes. Just go in with your blending stump. I'm just going in with my dirtiest one. Go over everything. We'll see why I do this now. Take your HB pencil, just sharpen up this line. I'm going to clean up my mono eraser. Just going to clean up right here at the bottom first. We're going to go shape out this. There's different levels of highlights, so we are going to start putting that in. Instead of going in with the reflections, I'm more or less just going with the idea of what the reflections are doing, with certain places being lighter than others. Okay, and then just going to open this up a little bit for the stitching. Bit of lightness there as well. There's a nice big highlight right here, and right at the top where the stitching is as well. I'll be defining the stitching just now, just so long. I'm going to take my HB pencil, just going to define this bottom edge. Not a lot of space to work in, so some of the details will be quite small. So now I'm going to first make like half shell-like shapes. First, for the stitching. And then kind of shade in between them. With this size, it's quite difficult to really actually get in there and make it nice and detailed. We'll just continue on a little round. It's almost like a rounded shape. So we're just going to round it out a bit of the top. Just going to continue doing that as we go along, right to the end. And it will only be slightly visible. So now I'm going to go in with my 6B pencil. Kind of deepen everything up. And you see it kind of extends almost like a reflection. up to certain places, not in all spots, but in some of them, and then here it kind of take my 6B and just darken up right in here fully. Around this little highlights as well. Extend that out a little softer right here, almost in line with the corner of the eye. Then you can start deepening it up again. It's almost like steps down. There we go. Go right in this corner as well. Deepen everything up. Take my HB pencil, a softer blend around here. Also add in some of the details in the highlighter as well. There we go. Kind of diffuse the edges around this highlight here. Take your 5H and we are just going to finish up this little spot right here in the bottom. Obviously I'll go in with a mono eraser and lighten up that edge even more. Let's do that quickly. Five edge again, just blend in and around. B pencil. Your HB. Just going to lightly work on that. As you can see, it comes together quite quickly. Just take your HB and do little stitchy marks right here at the top. So I'm going to kind of make little circles. Or make it a little dome shape. For the remaining stitching. B pencil again, going right at the top. And we're just going to kind of darken everything up ever so slightly there. Take your 5H, you're just gonna blend in this highlight ever so slightly. Take your mono eraser, kind of going to go in there. Take your 6B, just clean it up even more. HB pencil. There we go. Mono eraser just quickly for little top highlights. Move on now to the nose band. B pencil. See, it makes a little halo right here, and then it's lighter down here at the bottom as well. So we're just gonna be mindful of that. Five edge. Obviously still leaving all the white parts white. We will be finishing that in the end. Ever so slightly with maybe just a 5H pencil, because it's quite white out. HB pencil, so I'm going to go down here at the bottom. First, and work my way up, lightest to darkest. So just focusing on all the dark little spots, wherever they are, kind of working from there. So there, yeah, it's kind of a different perspective on all our little loops and buckles. So we will be treating it a little bit, well, similar, but slightly different. Keeping these edges light, not filling them in with pencil just yet. So here it gets weathered and then it gets super light. So that will all come down to a bit of erasing to get that highlighting just right. So let me just grab my one eraser. Clean it up a bit. So you've got, here's your lightest, fades up. So there's weathering across here and down here as well. So I'm just going up and down motion, just putting in just little bits of highlights. go. I'm going to take a 2H pencil now, start from the top, work my way down. Since this is a little bit lighter than the other leathers, I'm going to be using different kinds of pencils. Just going to put in this little edge line here. Will be defined further once we get to the nostril for our in-depth tutorial patrons. Now I'm just using the 2H to add some definition lines across that weathered area. There, and then I'm just going to take a brush ever so lightly over top. Mono eraser just again. Gonna erase even a bit more to really lighten it up. Kind of feather it in, so I'm going to do the same. Take blending stump, not your dirtiest side. Just kind of blend that out from here up as well. Even down here in between where I haven't even put highlights, I'm putting some weathered lines. As they fade up, they kind of get drowned out by the highlights. HB pencil. Just gonna darken up down here at the bottom so long. Then also start adding some depth with these weathered lines as well. B pencil. a little darker right here at the bottom and at the top. Just blend that out. Take my mono eraser again. There we go. Just taking my 5H pencil, just shading in this top edge of the metal and then also around the bottom. Take my HB, clean up here even more. 3B pencil. There we go. Five H. Clean up in there. Back with my 3B. Just gonna clean that up in there. Okay, so now I'm gonna go in to the metal. Keep my HB around my 5H. So I'm gonna take my 2H first. Kind of see what's going on here. Only looking at the darker parts first, and then moving on to all the others. So now there's this bottom little, so it goes a bit like that. Just need to get this shape right. So it's lighter here and then it goes. There we go. Darker, and then it makes this little so you also have to, this is basically just shading in shapes, putting in what you see. You can also do it another way around by filling it all in with one color pencil and then using an eraser to erase your highlights. You can do that as well. Just prefer this method just to get down the shapes. Yeah, it's quite dark, but we'll get to that. Quite a light highlights around the joint. Quite lighter, and then go. That's like that. Then I'm going to take a very small blending stump. If I have one, which you have to do that first, then lightly go in between. There we go. Take my HB pencil. Start deepening some things up. So you can already start to see it take shape. Now I'm going to use a 5H to blend that pencil all around the bit, or the cheek piece if you want to be more precise. Just take a blending stump and kind of blend all that in. Now we're going to take a mono eraser. We're just going to start adding even more details. take the HB pencil again. You're going to go around and darken up some areas even more. You're going to add some lines to edges. Really kind of define them out. Like I said earlier in the tutorial, the metal really has defining shapes. It's there are lines between certain areas. It's just the trick is to make it look organic and that it naturally flows from one section to the next that you'd naturally expect that shadow to move into that highlight. That can take a bit of time. This will probably be the one thing that will most likely change once I start filling in the portrait. Just so, especially around these mouth areas, it might change a bit of value, but for standalone purposes it should be fine. Blending stump. Two H pencil. Just going to take my mono eraser and add in that little reflection there. Very light highlight there at the top. think we're getting there. Slowly but surely. That's it. So now I'm going to go quickly with an 8B pencil. And we're going to put in some, before we go on to the Sparkle Diamante Robin, I just want to go in with further details. I'll move up so that I'll adjust my camera one last time. So go in here first. Once I do the white, it will go by quite quickly. So I'm going to put in a nice dark line right there. Here one as well. So this 8B is merely just those last minute very dark details. As you can see, it's not very precise. It's just kind of a go in, add a little bit of depth type of thing. Gonna deepen up these punch holes as well. Right down here, darken that up as well. As you can see, not very close grip on this pencil, keeping it quite loose. And relaxed. There we go. Quite happy with that. And can even go a bit into the bit as well. Metal work. Here we go. Still going in with my 8B pencil. Just tidying up. There we go. So now we're going to go on to our sparkly brow band, and then that would be that. It's quite very bright and punchy, so we'll see what my plan of action is. I've got kind of an idea of what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go in with an HB first. We're first going to, it's very dark, so I'm going to put a bunch of pressure. Also a bit more weathered, probably all the brow band that's been put onto the bridle. It's funny how you can make certain assumptions depending on how things look in comparison to the rest. That's just what I think is going on here. So if you look closely, you will see, quickly just erase that. Kind of adjust. You will see there's these little, like at the back here, the diamantes almost or have their separate little thing. So we will shade it a little bit differently than in the reference. This is where I will kind of be changing up from the reference, but I will not be making it look like that. I will be making it look like a normal brow band with just diamantes on top of it. So let me just deepen that up. Okay, start right back here first. We're gonna firstly just go around and shade inwards. There we go. And then down here we're just going to go like that. And you kind of just shade in the middle of your little square, because you can see it's not completely the only way I feel that you're going to kind of get the shape. So we're going to round it out at the top, and then just shade in at the bottom. Round, round. There we go. Then you're going to take your 5H, kind of just go in between. There we go. You're going to go at the top and just darken up kind of like add a the bottom there as well. Add in quite defined lines in between for your diamantes. Just that top edge, and then here it kind of fades away once it becomes round. Kind of shade the top here. So I'm doing this around first so that it will be easier when I go into shade the little sparkled gemmy diamante things. It will have something to play off of. So darking. So I'm just gonna go around and shade in between them first before I kind of add depth, so to speak. And here there's definitive between those first two little separations. There we go. I'm going to take my 3B pencil. We're just going to continue what we did. Just define that. We're going to kind of define it all the way down till you reach this edge. Just going to kind of shade this side of the diamante. First. This corner. Then I'm going to take my 2H pencil. We're going to refine all our shapes. I'll clean up the inside of the diamantes once we get to shading them. Just want to finish this outside first. So it's quite simple shading, not too rigorous or difficult or whatever. There you go. Now I'm going to take my mono eraser, clean it up. And we're just going to clean the inside of the diamantes. Kind of just round their shape even a bit more. Yeah, we're going to kind of, there we go. Now this is going to be a little bit different because it's colored. It kind of, the light or whatever was used during the photo kind of brightened them out, so I'm going to make things up as I go along. Shouldn't be too difficult. So this is just my 5H pencil, and I'm just going to make random shapes and lines within the sparkly brow band. So long. Some of them are going to be completely difficult because there's no light to work off of. I do have a real diamante brow band that we can maybe do one day, but for this situation I'll just kind of make things up as I go along. So I'm just going to shade all along the top there. Take a blending stump and just go in every single one of them. Two H pencil, and we're just going to go around, kind of do the same. I take my HB pencil. We are going to go around. Just kind of lightly add another type of depth. Even in between these little diamantes. HB pencil. Take your mono eraser. Just gonna kind of put in random highlights. To H pencil. Three B pencil. Okay, so I just went in, I forgot to press record. I made these little dots with a white gel pen. I've lost my jelly roll. So I'm just using this generic one in the same manner. And I just went in and make little dots all around. And then here I added these little pencil marks. Now I'm just going in and adding almost like a half moon highlight. There we go. Take my 3B pencil. Kind of just define those edges even more again. And I'm just gonna go in lightly. Make little marks inside as well. No general pattern to it either. Here, just shade a little bit. There we go. Just add a little bit of white everywhere else. Just use your finger to tap out anything that's too bright. There you can see what a nice difference it makes. Do it here as well. Slightly there and there and there. The top here as well, a little circle. Just here on this corner. Tap out if it's too much. Take your 2H and just fill this one in, which I haven't done, right just around the edges. There we go. Light in the bit as well. There we go. Sparkly white stitching. And then here at the bottom as well. There we go. And that's that. That's our focus tutorial. I really do hope you guys enjoyed it, and for those of you that are in-depth tutorial patrons, we will be tackling the rest of it. I do hope you enjoyed all of this blackness and the sparkliness and all the contrasts and the beautiful details. I really enjoyed it. Maybe next time I do have two different variations of sparkly brow bands that we can tackle. I still want to do something like that again. And yeah, happy creating, happy drawing, and I'll see you for the next one.